Hello, hello, hello. Excuse me. All right, we are live. I'm gonna be doing some. Yeah. We got a comic that we're working on right now, so this is Marathon. I am so eager to play the game, but I don't have the budget for it right now. So perhaps you guys may like the work that I do, and hopefully commission me, so I could pay for rent and purchase Marathon. But oh well, that's the least of the priorities right now. Right now, we work, we draw, we fix the microphone, and we get the shit done. Right. I hope that everything is going to plan, going accordingly. Alright, I'm visible. I'm gonna test the sound. I hope that everything. Yeah, sound is working. Alright, so let's get this shit done. I should put up the chat box. Where is the chat box? There you go. I have the chat box available to my side. Let's test it out. Okay, YouTube chat box is working. I'm testing the Facebook chat box. All right, the Facebook chat box is working too. When I wake up, I know. I'm the man waking up beside you. When I go out, when I go out, and I know I'm gonna be the man. I think, is that when I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. When I'm drunk, I'm gonna drunk. Did I get it right? I think I got it right. I used to listen to that song a lot, courtesy of my father. Oh, Jessica shared that with me, like a cover of that. She said that she feels that I'm that to her. Of course, she has to make sure that you don't steal me from her. Is it? Oh, it's Chrome. Oh, you gotta change that. The question is, does she want to share? That's the great question of life. That would be a shame. No, she doesn't. Oh, but I'm sure she could learn. That's a possible one. I'll tell her when she wakes. Excuse me. Doll mask? What is that? Is that a game? Oh, panthers and turkeys. Damn. I really have no budget right now. I'm looking for work. My money right now is just enough for groceries and bills. Marathon just launched today. If I had extra, I would have bought it. It's just $40, but I don't have it. I'm kind of thinking of making a joking post on Facebook. Since my birthday was last month, can somebody buy me Marathon, please? Yeah, but I'd like to get some work, truthfully. Excuse me. Wait. Bro. Bro. Fuck. Damn. Damn, what the fuck? Yeah. Alright, I am back. I'm sorry about that. Just had to compose myself. Uh, I know there aren't a lot of people watching right now, but I try my best to treat this as though there are a lot of people, but still. Uh, yeah, how do I say this? Um, yeah, I just got a really good gift from a really good friend. Uh, so, uh, and he's actually on stream right now. He's the guy I've been speaking with. Oh, Rachel is here too. Uh, thanks, thank you, bro. Thank you. Ah, that's 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 absolutely generous of you and kind, and uh, you just made my day and my week and probably a lot of my month. I've I've been going through a lot. Year started off really well. Lots of projects in January, but as January was coming to a close, just nobody has reached out again, and let's just say money runs out quickly. And yeah, and so you have no idea how much this means to me. I know that maybe it's a small thing, maybe it's not, but uh, thank you. This this is gonna help inspire me more. Uh, Maybe I should say it, maybe I don't, but I guess should I? I still want to keep things about myself private, but since it kind of happened on stream, I mean, it did happen on stream behind the scenes of the stream. Sorry, my voice is a bit off. Let's just say I was a bit emotional earlier. Uh, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, more arting, but yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you. That means a lot. It's more arting indeed. Gonna do a lot today. Hope. Not I hope. We will. Often when I tell myself that I hope that I'll be doing something, I end up not doing it. So we will do a lot today. Maybe we'll get Bungie's attention, and maybe if they plan to release an official comic book, they reach out to someone who already has one under their belt, even if it's not licensed. We'll still be treating it as a fan art. So right now I'm looking at references from the characters. There's a great website called tauseti.world, and it's just got some really good references on these characters, and the art style is just really well done. I hope that one day when I release my stories, I'm Actually, that's why I'm doing this too, is because it helps me build confidence. Because I think that for a while I admit that I've kind of lost confidence in myself. I've lost confidence in what I'm capable of, or and not or, and I've ended up drawing more in my head, which is, I think, a terrible mistake. Oh, I will. I'm hoping to finish this in a few weeks, maybe within yeah, that's the goal. I'll be sending this to them. I'll be posting it as well, and I hope to see what their reactions are. And since the pages are still rough, it's not really getting a lot of traction yet. Realistically, I mean, no one's gonna pay attention to something they can't understand that much yet. But I hope that when the characters are finally legible and because a lot of fan art is already spawning, but I haven't seen anybody. Oh, thank you, man. I'm just thank you. I'm gonna get you fucking drunk when you get here into the Philippines. We're gonna go to Broadside, or we're gonna go to Salaryman. Broadside is a German bar. We're gonna go there, and I'm gonna buy you. I'm gonna buy you beer, man. And maybe that's gonna be the first time I'm gonna get bloody ass drunk. And you're gonna probably need to carry me, but the tab will be on me. Start to finish, how long does it take? For the last pages, I think it took around 2 days. 2 days to do a total amount of time, but it took a bit longer because I got sick. I got acute gastritis, so I was supposed to finish sooner, but it's terrible. So lesson for myself is never drink coffee on an empty stomach because it fucked me up so bad. My fiance Jessica, she had to go here and take time off of work just to check up on me, and she helped me get some medicine. And damn, like it lasts for hours, and it's such a fucking bummer. But if we're just gonna compute the total amount of time, then around 2 days. But that's what I'm trying to speed up with this. So, as you can see, these pages are already readable. Like, you already understand what's going on, but it's not yet detailed. Like, it's still missing a lot of aspects to it. So what I'm trying to figure out is how do I get past this section easily and also simplify the rendering process while still having a lot of detail present. That's actually the test that I'm doing here. And my goal is to have 2 pages inked in a day. Which is separate from the penciling. So what I want to try and do is maybe 4 pages penciled per day, but we'll see. So right now she's mocking. She is mocking her teammate because her teammate is telling her to quiet the fuck down. So right now I'm also trying to get the get the gist of what it's like to play an extraction shooter, where you have a character who's paying attention to all the dangers around, and then there's a character who's a little lukewarm, and then there's a character who doesn't give a fucking shit at all. So if we go through the comic pages, which I'll do right now, and that's the thing. I wanted to present the narrative of what it's like to play an extraction shooter, and in an extraction shooter, you die a lot. So this is literally the first page. So this is a bit of a spoiler, but the way the comic will run is it loops. So the first page is the last page. So we start off here, and we get to find out where this leads to. So this is the first page. This is the recon character of Marathon, and she's dead here. And then afterwards, we go to the beginning of the story, and where they're looting, and she's not looting. But if you were also playing the game, you would notice that she has the better backpack, so she's a little bit careful. And that's why she's because if you die in an extraction shooter, you lose everything, the good shit, everything. So here, there's nothing here. This is just an empty environment. And in the game, if you're aware of this location, you would know that there are high spots here. And so that's why she's just listening in while her teammates are looting. And thank you to Rick, because originally this and it does flow much better, because in the original version of this of this panel, it was just a quick adjustment, but it was originally like this. How was it? Yes, it was originally like this. So it kind of breaks the flow, and after a quick conversation, he indicated that it subtly breaks the flow, and I agree with him. And right now, it's fixed. So the top 4 panels are about looting, and I hope that the first 4 panels indicate that the recon character is proactive, that she's paying attention. And then here, it's still just lightly drawn, but our vandal is still looting. Our black guy, he's I forget what his name is. What is this guy's name again? Let me check Tausetti.gg, Tausetti.world. Okay, PC is lagging a little bit. Tausetti. Tausetti 4. I forget what his name is, but this is Vandal. This is this is Blackbird. Vandal. Is it what's his name again? It's something related. Triage. There you go. His name is Triage. So this is Triage, Vandal. Oh, where is that? Triage, Vandal, Blackbird. There you go. So Triage is trying to hand Recon some loot, but she doesn't pay attention to it. Instead, she looks up, and very so subtly, there is actually this character here. This is his shoulder. This is his backpack. This is his hoodie. He is the invisible character. He's the stealth character in Marathon. And so he's actually been stalking them for quite a while. And so I hope that this is easy to read. So she tells the team to be quiet. Yeah. It's the Halo guys that made the game. It is, yeah. It's one of the most immersive games I've played. And Yeah, but yeah, it's the Halo guys who made the game. It's also one of the most immersive interfaces that I've worked with. I've played with, not worked with. And so here, instead of listening to the shushing motion, Vandal actually ends up breaking windows, because also if you've played the game, or at least the demo, which I did, uh, there's a mission where you just break glass, and so Triage looks at her crazily, like, "Why are you doing that?" And then she just laughs at the idea. And then here she's also mocking Triage. So I was originally supposed to just trace. Um, I was originally supposed to just trace the 3D models that I've imported here, but it didn't look that good. And so I just used it as a baseline to find their footing. And since I've already found their footing, now I make adjustments to the size of the head, to the size of the body parts. And so no amount of tracing is really going to save you from having to work with anatomical references. With what I mean with needing to know anatomy, or else there's a high chance it's just gonna look bad. So here he has his weapon on low ready. There you go. And so I think that I should put forth Vandal's silhouette, in which she is wearing some sort of poncho t-shirt, and there's a weapon sling and backpack on her, while she kind of looks like she's wearing leggings. I love these curves that happen at an angle. It helps distinguish the perspective of the body part. It's so cool. Once you get it done, it becomes extremely helpful. There you go. Then of course her spiky hair. And since Triage is bald, we don't need to specify much. And then since we'll be editing out the faces soon after, we don't have to pay too much attention there. These are also the moments when I'm not sure if I should. Here, she looks a little small, so let's increase her size. Oops, wrong one. We should increase her size a tad bit. There you go. But notice how there's a tangent that's happening, and we don't want tangents, so we lift her up a little bit. There you go. We lift her up a little bit, and we lift up both of them a little bit. There you go. And this is the part where I think since we already have the 3D model, we could use that as a guide for the perspective, or at least some of it. And here too. There you go. So at least we have some idea. Okay, so what's next? So this is the rough draft that I set up. This is what it looks like. So this is actually the sketch before the sketch. This is the roughest version of it. So in case it's not comprehensible, and that's just comprehensible for me, this this fifth panel is supposed to be Vandal's head and Triage's head as they pay attention finally to what's going on. And I'm not sure if I should do that or if I should have them still bickering around, which regarding the beats of the story, that would turn that into 4 beats rather than 3 beats. But it kind of fills up the page and has no change. So I don't know which one I want to go for. The first one is to kind of ground the entire setup that they're terrible teammates, or to kind of have some final breathing room before the next page, and the next page is going to be about them finally tackling the hidden soldier. And this is the sketch that I had done for the 4th page. Here, this is the 4th page. So I know that it is not readable, as it's lightly readable. So here, the assassin, so this is just some shadows here. Not shadows, this is smoke right here. And this is Blackbird with her helmet split open so that she can see. She's using her recon abilities. And this is the smoke that popped. So the assassin popped smoke so that he couldn't be seen. And then this is Vandal. This is her butt cheeks. And this is her about to start running. There you go. That's her leg. This is her shoulder. There you go. And she's in a running position. And then this is Blackbird's face again as she's scanning. This is Triage. Oh no, this is not Triage. Yeah, this is Triage with his gun. No, Blackbird seems to be the model. Let me check. Towset. I've seen her called Blackbird. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a code name of the runner from Marathon. Yeah, this is from the Marathon wiki. There you go. Blackbird is the code name of a runner in Marathon. I don't know which one's legit. Maybe I should call her Recon now. But then Marathon Intel has her called Blackbird, which is weird. Yeah, she's called Blackbird. Yeah, she's called Blackbird. This is from Marathon Intel. Yeah, it seems that she's called Blackbird, which is weird. I'm honestly confused myself. But yeah, she's Recon. Some people call her Blackbird. But yeah, this is Triage. This is Triage right here. And he's actually running. He's supposed to be running too. I gotta fix the angle of that. And then this is both of them running. Honestly, it's kind of redundant. So I want to fix this. So the things that I'm gonna keep so far is probably these three panels right here. I like the idea of the smoke popping, and then Blackbird opening her visor, and we see the back of her, or Recon. Let's call her Recon. She has her backpack on, and I like the idea of Vandal about to run right here. That's her leg right there. So yeah, I'm gonna need to potentially redevelop this page. So the point of the fourth page is about them initiating the chase, if that makes sense. So yeah, so that's the idea. Maybe we'll tackle that later on. Anyways, let's go back to page 3. Yep, let's go back to page 3. And I'm gonna be coloring the panels. It's not visible right now. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. There you go. So let's show those panels. Oopsie. Yeah, perhaps we should make the other two already comply instead of have fun again. So here we're gonna be drawing Blackbird Vandal's face. So I like starting with a combination of a cube and a sphere when it comes to illustrating faces. I think I've made more progress using squares because it helps me determine the lines of the face right away, especially the three-dimensionality of a face at a 3/4 quarter profile. Helps me push in the depths of things. I don't know if I'm making sense. So for example here, her side profile, at least from what I've gathered, is something like this, I think. Where is that? Vandal. Yep, I am correct. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. No worries, man. No worries. Sorry if I went quiet too. I'm just focusing on this as well. Oh, okay, okay. I think I'll just finish this page and yeah, I could discuss his work if he's still up for it. I'll check Discord too. What's up, Mart? Are you still open to have your work studied? And so I could provide some feedback? Don't name call our child. All right, let me just finish this page or most of it, not all of it, and then let's get to discussing your work. Do I go for the which one do I go for? Can you resend it over to study so that I could find it? I found it. Would it be this one? I'll send it over on study again before I put it up on screen. Yeah, I'm not satisfied with how this face is going, but we will have to proceed nonetheless. It looks like her, but it doesn't completely look like her. I always love the challenge of the 3/4 angle. Every time I do it, I learn something new. Such subtle changes to complete a face. Yeah? What is it? There you go. That is much, much better. I know you're probably on mute, but I love you, Rick. Oh, I see, I see. Do you have Google Drive? Oh, there you go. I saw the illustration. All right, give me a few minutes and we'll discuss it on stream. Alright, at least there's the idea of her face. I don't need to fully render it right now. Just enough for my future self to make corrections if need be. So let's flip it. Okay, there are some issues with the face that I don't like, but we're gonna have to let it pass for most of it right now. There you go. What's missing are her fake eyebrows. There you go. Or at least just the suggestion of eyebrows. What I love about this design is it feels very geisha-like. And another thing that I wanted to improve upon from the comic that I did a while back is the zooming in on details, because it's a comic book, and as much as I want to detail it, no one's going to see everything. And I want to take that opportunity to save some time rather than pretty much collapse the entire endeavor. Right, so that face is good enough. It's the chin that isn't working. Should be smaller. There you go. That's what was off. There you go. Much, much better. Then triage is going to be here. But we'll draw him later. Alright, for now, we take a quick break and we work on... Okay, so for the next part of the stream, we're going to do some art studies and art correction. So if you are an art student, if you want to learn how to do some things, my English is not working right now. Alright, so this illustration is by Mert. He's a good friend and he's my son. He is the son of Rick and I. He was conceived through the amalgamation of our spirits, and this is the work that he's done. So, Mert, via the comment section, can you tell me a little bit more about this piece? So my guess is these are World War I soldiers. Am I correct with that assessment? They seem to look Turkish, I think. So please leave some comments as to how this was done so that we could have some context with what to do. I'm also going to pull some references so that we have some bits to play around with. So that I'm not talking out of my ass and that there is a basis to how I'm providing the correction. They may not be exact references, but they're along the lines. So yeah, these seem to be soldiers. Yeah, all right. So one thing we would notice about these pictures, photo setup. Yeah, it seems like a World War One photo of, what do you call that? Captain Price's team from Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Soap, Ghost, Captain Price, all of those folks. All right, so something we could notice here is that a lot of these photos are very high contrast. So let me get my brush so that we could do some study right here. Notice how they're almost just penciled. They look like they're just penciled in. And because of the distance and the low quality of the photos, their faces are almost just suggested. Right? Very high contrast, especially around the necks and underneath the helmets. When it comes to their clothing, depending on the uniform, there are more grays, of course. It depends on the material that's used, but everything is pretty much high contrast. That does not change. Even with these darker uniforms, they're also taken during a bright sunny day. It doesn't seem overcast to me. So if we increase the contrast, look at what happens. There you go. There you go. All right. So just from the contrast alone, we already have an idea how to proceed. Now let's examine the drawing itself. So as we can see here, if we apply the same levels, the contrasts don't necessarily present. The contrast doesn't necessarily present itself. So here we are missing crucial shadows. Let me get my ballpoint pen. We are missing crucial shadows around. Why are we lagging? Around here. And here too. Here as well. Just underneath that. We are also missing contrast around the eyes. And underneath the nose. Notice how their faces pop up right away the moment you zoom out. It completes their faces quickly. But of course, we still want to keep some details around, such as this man seems to have a scar. So a good artist to study when it comes to this, it would be Tim Bradstreet. He's a Marvel artist. He's done a lot of covers for The Punisher. Yes, you are stuck in the mid-tones a lot. That we can't really tell, number one, where the sun is coming from. I guess that I have an idea based on these little suggestions that you've made. This is much brighter than this. This is much brighter than this. So I will fancy a guess that the light is coming from here. right? So it's not a top down in the same way these reference images are. You seem to have opted for a more cinematic appeal. But if we're gonna go for something much more grounded, then I would change this to be more top down. That would be my suggestion. But what we want to do is try to play with what you already have presented. Right. So that's the first thing that you can correct for your future attempt at this. The first is, as you've personally identified, you are stuck in the midtones. So the second might be a nitpick on my end, but if you were to really apply that photographic effect to this, like a photo setup from World War One, then you should opt for a lesser cinematic, lesser directional lighting. There you go. That's the second. The third is, which actually is 1.A. 1.A is about better shadows. I thought sunlight would be harder to imagine and calculate. Sunlight is simply, especially if it's from a top down, it just it removes a lot of midtones. That's what it does. And how do I explain this? All right, let's set this to black and white. No, let's grab a white fill. There you go. What sunlight essentially does, and it took me a while to study this as well, is if you have a, let's say, a soldier. I think we're gonna have a Vietnamese soldier right now. We are lagging. Why are we lagging? I'm gonna close some applications. Let me just close some tabs. All right, so I have to close Photoshop, and I'll just save this really quickly. March. I'm gonna close Chrome. I think Chrome is eating up a lot of my memory again. I've already shifted to Opera GX. There you go. I'm gonna close some stuff from Opera too. There you go. And then we're gonna boot up. Well, we're gonna refresh. And then we're gonna boot right back up. Right, apologies for that. We're just resetting. Alright, now we are back. So, for example, let's consider a US grunt. So I think the helmet should be bigger and higher. There you go. I'm not gonna be too too cautious, but we have a grunt right here, right? And then he is standing. Let's make him smaller. There you go. So no references for this. This is just from the top of my head. There you go. Alright, so we got an American soldier. We're fixing up the proportions. There you go. Just something really, really quickly. And let's give him a shirt that's open because it's fucking hot in Vietnam. And let's create the pinches on his uniform. And this is where his uniform starts to crisscross around here. And it should bundle up right here. Alright, so right now we're just going to focus on the line art. We're not going to apply any form of shading at all. So this is just to demonstrate what it looks like fresh. I want to have just enough anatomical correction here. I don't want to spend too much time, or else I'll just focus on correcting this because I'm seeing a lot of mistakes. A lot of things to polish, but that is not the point of this. So the point of this is to just prepare a sketch really quickly, and that's what we are doing right now. I would make comics so quickly if I just allow myself to draw with this level of detail. But my OCD kicks in too much. So right now, these are pinches right here. So he has a pistol, 1911. I love the 1911. Although I'm gonna do an incredibly poor rendition of it right now. Just enough. There you go. And he's got his pants right like so. I think I got the boots wrong. I think I think I'm doing World War II boots right now. What did the American boots look like? Alright, I don't want to Google. I'm just going to stick with what I've got right now. Alright, so that took a while. But we have here our American sketch. So, Mert, if you are still with us, how should we approach this to create that sunlight effect? Wait, what? I'm not sure if you're typing right now. But the last comment that I saw is you don't have to. It was about the sunlight. Making darker under the helmet. Alright, so if we're gonna follow the rules that we have here to make this look as though there is sunlight is simply to craft the shadows similar to here. Here too, but not to make him look like he has a beard. We have to be careful about that. Unless he does have a beard. And if we look at their faces, there is some shading around here. So we could use hatching, or we could use any form of shading that we so prefer. One of the most important shadows is the one here under the neck. That really seals the deal for a top-down sunlight effect. Under the collar too. So the important thing is to always have cast shadow as much as possible. So here as well. Under the sleeves. Right here too. There you go. And then here under the arm. Under the leg. So try to focus on just black and white for a piece like this, okay? Don't think about your grays at any moment right now. Just think of your blacks and your whites. And when we say blacks, it means cast shadow. Anything that is directly away from the sun. Don't think about the materials yet. Just think about the light. That's it. Yeah, I did give him World War I or World War II boots. Very anachronistic. So there. I'm not thinking about materials right now. Just these elements. Alright, so now the question is, how then do we color this? How then do we approach this in a monochrome fashion? So, for example, let's say this is a darker material. Darker. This is a lighter material. And your skin is the median material. Right? So, what you want to do is just simply select your median material. Which in our case is the skin. There you go. The skin to here. One of the fastest approaches is to just select gray. There you go. And then for our darker material, which would be the pants, let's just select a darker material. So now you already have a basic shading for a top-down, bright, sunny day without having done much. So let's take our shirt, and it shouldn't be fully white. And also try to use hard surfaces, not soft brushes, because when you go for soft brushes, that's gonna make it more difficult for you, because you might end up with too much midtones again. So here we grab our brighter color. There you go. So what I try to do when I'm doing these colors with a white background is I try never to use white fills as much as possible. I leave the white fills as still an extra ability to push the brightness of something. There you go. So let's say the helmet is much, much darker. There you go. So we have your soldier, right? Now we can try to blend these materials together to just form one layer. And then notice how we can also separate just the shadows. Do you see that? Okay. So now we can delete these markers that I've provided. There you go. And if we turn off our with just fills, our character stands out really well. Okay? But it's not yet completed. We just have the base of how the lighting feels, right? We just have the general direction. This answers the question of how do you do the top down effect, or the bright sunny day effect. So this is the answer. Now, when it comes to the rest of the demonstration, this is where we start painting. So again, I would recommend to just use solid brushes, hard-edged brushes, because it helps you be more precise with your colors. So right now, what I'm gonna try to do is just brush a pure black with a chalk brush, and if it's too dark, I just hold my tilde key and I erase to create my grays. Okay, since we are rendering in black and white, this is the best approach to go for. So right now, we just have to follow through with the shading that we've already provided. So we're essentially blending in the rest of it and adding a little bit more. So right now, if we're gonna go back to our reference right here, yes, a square brush with a flow modifier, you're already on the right track. So here, we're gonna use this as our guide for how to paint right here. So now we could just simply add more. We're still following our top-down principle. We're just now being more specific with how to carve things out. So for example, here, we did not detail this part. Notice how I'm still leaving a lot of room, and I'm not overshading everything. I'm not using a big square brush to just brush through everything, right? I'm trying to practice precision, which I think is your best friend with renders like this. So same thing here. We simply push the render further. And if we're going to use big brushes, we make sure that our edges make sense. So for example, if we're going to do this leg here, notice if I do this, I'm creating this effect. Here, let me demonstrate better. And look at how I did this stroke, right? And when I'm doing all of the other strokes, notice how one part becomes darker. This part right here. This part right here becomes darker by accident. So we have to be careful about those moments. So whenever we do our shading, for example, right, like so, and we notice that something becomes darker by accident, we have to deal with that as early as we can. Or else it's going to make it difficult for us to make further assessments with a piece. There you go. And of course, we have to think with our primitives, in which case, if we're working on the leg or the thigh, that means that we are essentially working on a cylinder. So in this case, this is a cylinder that is doing this position right now. There you go. So with this in mind, and the light comes from the top, that means that our light is only available around this area and here. And then the rest of it is just bounce lighting or front lighting, like so. So in this case, if we're going to approach the shading like that, if we're going to approach the shading in that manner, we simply brush these parts. And same thing here. Of course, we want to give him it sounds so wrong. But yes, we're going to treat this as primitives. And then we're going to work on the folds later. Okay? Like so. So now that we have those in mind, we now demonstrate the folds. The folds are just an extension of the black lines that we've created, and a great deal of subtraction. So when we're doing the subtraction and we have the gray backdrop, the gray materials that we've already provided, we end up with a good separation of materials. Look at the distinction. See? We're essentially just painting everything evenly. So for your pieces, you should start approaching it in this manner first, because it's gonna save you so much time when you start proceeding with the rest of your piece. I don't know if I'm making sense so far. I hope that I am. So, do you have any questions while we're here? There you go. So notice how I haven't included any whites, right? That comes later, which is now. So in this case, we want to remove the lines that we've created and then just follow the rules of shading a semicircle, in which this should be the brightest part. And since this is a metal object, it allows for some extra lighting. There you go. And then this part too, we could erase that. Let's remove the sag on his shirt because it looks like he has tits. Excuse me. So here I have to be careful too, not to overdo that. And for the nose, this is where we can clarify his features now. Just think about which part of his face is protruding forward the most, and that's where you add most of your whites. So this takes some practice. This takes some understanding of the human face. Too much Bud Light, yes. There you go. There you go. And then here too. But we don't want to overdo it, because the forearm is not as reflective as the face. So we have to be careful. Then of course here, only brighten the parts that really push forward. So if we're going to do a sideways demonstration, like so, it's only for these areas right here. The pinches, that's what you add the whites to. Should not be the entire leg. Because again, we're adhering with the rules of lighting, and the light is only coming from the top part, so we must respect that, and so we must provide restraint, like so. Right? Do you have any questions right now? Right. In case you don't have questions, let's proceed to the drawing that you made. And let's try to paint over this. I hope that the tips that I've provided give some confidence. So I'm gonna demonstrate it on some of the pieces, on some of your characters here, not all of it. So let's for example, let's start with this guy, the guy on the right. Okay. So we're gonna apply the same thing. He seems to have a much darker face than most of them. I am going to use this this man as a reference for this. Right? He seems close, not completely, but we'll work with what we have. I'm gonna adjust the levels so that I can see it better, and then I will proceed with the painting. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is grab my Sure. Absolutely, man. If I have extra time, I'm gonna turn it into a segment too. Right, so here, one thing that I would like for you to notice is it's not reading too well. These are his eyes if we just focus on the dark parts of the shape, right? And we also have this right here. And then his nose disappears completely. And then the brightest part is right here and right here. So if we're going to follow the logic of that, that means that he has a kind of disfigured face. I'm sorry to say. Because it seems that this, let me mark it with a white. This is the brightest part of his face. And here too. There. That's what happens. And it's not really the best read. So the first thing that we fix here is the read of that. So we can work with white, or we can work with black. Anything to help the read. So in this case, I think that he has very forward features for his eyes, and his eyes are quite sinking underneath. So in this case, we want to make it even, like so. So what's happening on the left is happening on the right. And we could have a little bit of asymmetry going on. It doesn't have to be perfect, because no human face... there are a few human faces, but most human faces are completely asymmetrical. So in this case, we're also going to follow your lighting, which is from the top right of the canvas. But we're going to generalize it. We're not going to make it... we're not going to tighten it and in the cinematic way that you went for. So in this case too, I am going to tighten the shadows here. And I know that my details may be off from what is historically correct, but I am just going to work on my work based on what I feel is correct. So history be damned right now. not all of it, because I'm a student of history myself. So I'm just trying to push these. So I'm going to try and understand how his nose works. There you go. And I'm going to clean that up. So he seems that he has a sinking cheeks. That means that we should clean this part up. He has high cheekbones and his cheeks go down. And so that's what we work with. And then we must also add shading to the tip of the ears. And then clean up the boundary, the border of his beard. There you go. Okay? Now, let's go about the opposite way. Let's go about it the opposite direction and start adding whites. So right now my white is too much. That's okay. It's a little too bright for my own taste. That's fine. We're just going to use it as a starting point. So I've applied some whites. Now I'm going to select it. And I'm going to select some colors that are close to it to dampen it. There you go. We still have to leave some whites available so that we could push the reflectivity of the face. So for faces, there is always this triangular part here on the side. That's something that you have to sculpt. Let me demonstrate it. This triangle right here. It's very, very subtle. But that helps the contour of any face that we draw. Here too. And then we could simulate his eye a little bit. Just a tiny bit. And then we must add some brightness to his lips and to the bottom of his beard, like so. And then some more here, even though it is pitch black, even though his beard is dark, because it's pushing forward, it accumulates some light. And then we go back to our blacks. Then we add some more. So he seems to have very dark brows, so we work with that. And then notice here how it this create bands right here. Wait. Let's paint above that. There you go. Creates this angle, and it creates these bands right here because the eyebrows are protruding forward. Also, the top part of the skull protrudes forward, creates a small darkness here, and then protrudes forward again. So if we're going to follow that logic, that means we should have this. Again, I'm following the contour that you've provided. And then this sort of darkens a little bit, just a tiny bit, because it's flat. And then this brightens up again. Okay? So let's apply that logic. So let's grab the brightest part of the face thus far. And then since we are, again, operating with the idea that the light is coming from here, we must respect that. And now we add some very specific bright parts. There you go. Now let's compare. Before and after. Before and after. Before and after. So I noticed that I've darkened these cheeks too much. And so we'll lighten them again. for subtlety. Yes, the ideas are there, the faces are there. But because of how you applied the midtones, it all just disappeared. See? They're suggested very much. Alright, now we go here. What I think I'd do is still follow the outlines that you've created. And you have to be careful with these, with the contours. You want this to read properly. There you go. So right now, I'm wondering why there's a dark band here. But that's fine. But we have to, again, respect the lighting. And if that dark band is created by a fold, then we must operate with that idea. There you go. And we must keep it consistent. There you go. Okay. Now to improve the piece some more, we have to fix the ears. Because the ears should receive some light. Oh, is this the hat? If that is the hat, then this is the how we should correct it. It also seems to be sure. Or if that's the hat, then it should be much darker than I supposed. The material is completely dark. So that means that if we're gonna go with that hat, this is a more accurate representation. You should barely have any points of brightness because the fibers of the hat actually eats up the source of light. It absorbs the light. And so instead you end up with this effect. We leave the top part white, brighter, because that's the only part, it's the edge lighting that captures the light. There you go. That is, I think, far closer to what you guys are looking for. Yes. So, before and after. Now let's fix something here. I like the material and mattness of this, but the lighting is just off. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna increase the shadows of this section again, similar to our demonstration from earlier. We're also gonna fix the contour to make it more realistic. We're gonna follow the flow of his physique. We're gonna add cast shadows where necessary. Is this a symmetrical coat? Because it doesn't seem to be. I would suppose that it is a symmetrical coat. Especially the collar here. I get that this part may be different, but often with coats like this, the top part should be symmetrical. Alright, it should have been. So here. So if we're going to break it down the structure, this part should be receiving a lot of light. So should this be. And then this sort of tapers off. And then this part receives a lot of light again. And then tapers off again. Because from a side view, this is what it looks like. This is the top of the collar right here. And then this is this part of the collar right here. And then this part of the collar does this. There you go. So if the light is coming from here, this receives most of the light. Slightly. Some light. Slightly again. Okay? I hope that makes sense. I mean, this is already recorded. This is recorded, so I hope that gives you something to look back to. So with that in mind, we must follow the same logic. And this part should also be brighter. There you go. And then this part, according to the fit, should essentially disappear. There you go. And since the light is coming from the top right, that means that it's only this part that receives some light. It has some sort of edge light to it, which goes around the collar towards the back and shows up again here. And then this receives some light. And then this receives a whole lot of light again. And then this receives some light again. And then it tapers off right here. I hope that this is making sense. There you go. And then we follow, of course, the idea that we've started with the lighting, and we follow simply the rules. So here too, we must add some lighting back right here. Until this starts to disappear again. There you go. Let's zoom out. And then now I'm going to operate with the larger canvas. I hope this is making sense. We're also going to fix the thickness of his arm. There you go. So let's do a before and after, especially of just this part right here, because that's what we've been able to work on so far. So this is before and after. There you go. Do you see the difference? There you go. So that we have a much better comparison. So for the rest of the, actually for majority of it, especially for the rest of the clothing, a lot of the things that you have to resolve would be proportions. Now his head looks bigger though. Which one, mine or yours? It isn't though. I just think because it is more solid looking due to the difference in contrasts. Well, in fact, I've actually widened your character's shoulders like so. And I even plan on extending the hands, truthfully. Oh, this part right here? Yeah, again, this is just my interpretation of what I see here. I don't know what this character or these characters, I don't know what they look like in your head. And I'm just transposing what's available on your rendition. So for example, I could read this in this way, right? His nose could be something more like this versus what I did, which is a little flatter like this. So his eyes may be a little bit more, his brows may be a little bit more forward, as opposed to what I did where it's not too much and his eyes are still visible. I'm only working with what I have so far. So my cheeks could be more protruded than yours. And so these are things that you will have to adjust on your own end. So in this case, we could actually copy this and maybe enlarge the face. I don't know if that helped. No, it's fine. It's fine. I understand what you're trying to say. I'd love to be as close to what's in your head as much as possible. It's not an unnecessary comment. Don't worry, not at all. It actually, there's a point to be made about that. So, again, if I knew who this person was, that's why before I actually asked if you had references for this, if you had facial references, because if you did, then I would be able to approximate much better. But then again, we don't, and so I also have the references of these real life soldiers here, and as you would notice, this guy has fairly big cheeks, and he was the one that I was looking at for majority of the demonstration that I was doing. So he was subliminally the person that I was referencing when it came to this. But that's just the caveat of working in this way. So I can't fully get everything that you originally intended. Another case in point that you may find unnecessary is this, which I admit I'm not really sure of. This part here, because some uniforms really do taper off like that, while some uniforms have a much more curved rendition. Again, in the reference that I went for, it has a slight bump and then it goes wide again. So that's what I went for here. Plus, I also tried to understand the build of your character. So if I was imagining this in my head while I was drawing this. I had this in mind. And so for a guy like this, where would his shoulders realistically be? And I thought that it would be better if we made it wider. In fact, if this were my character, I'd actually raise his shoulders more, because that would be anatomically correct for me. But again, I don't know if he has a long neck or short neck, and we can only operate and assume so much from the drawing that you've created. He has so many irrelevant and inconsistent paintings in my head. I see. So if this is your character, if they're all your characters, then the accuracy of their faces will be primarily up to you. That will just be the reality of this. It's like if I showed you a very rough drawing of my own characters, and then you corrected the physics of the lighting, and then I told you that it doesn't look like her anymore. Let's say my drawing is of an Asian woman, but then I made her look like a Caucasian, and then you corrected it to look like a Caucasian because you didn't know what the background was. That's just how it is. And so I can only work with what I have. But you are not wrong to comment what you just did. Okay? That was a fair comment to make. So, anyways, that's what we can do with this. And since we're already here, I could make some quick corrections in the similar way. So, for example, here, this should be brighter. If we're gonna follow your top left lighting scheme, this should be brighter. There you go. There. That should be brighter. This part should be this should be brighter. Not too much. Has to be evened out. There you go. The neck should be brighter because it's not too high of a collar. If their hats are the same, then that means that all of their hats have to be darker. If their hats are the same. Again, I don't know. Because with what I just explained, if it's a fur type of hat, then that means that it eliminates a lot of the light. It absorbs a lot of the light. It's the same with Kratos' cloak in God of War Ragnarok. If you notice all of its renders, it barely has any reflective parts because the reflective parts are so small and they cover each other up, and so they end up disappearing. So same thing here. I'm just gonna make some quick adjustments. So all of this as well, to make a better painting out of this, you need clearer references of what their outfits look like. And again, there are so many ways to go about this that it will be up to you to figure out. I'm just making quick painting corrections like so. Kalpak. Am I saying it correctly? Kalpak. Why am I saying it like a Korean? There you go. So this part here should be brighter too. But if these pants are darker, that means that your base should also be darker. I noticed that in militaries, pants often are dark, but not all of them. So you'll have to correct me on this if I'm adding my own interpretation again. Kailfak. I don't know if I'm butchering it. I'm just trying to read it. Where's the accent? Is it Kailfak? Kailfak. I might be doing a grand disservice to however this is said. Kailfak. Okay. Kyle, Kyle, Kyle. Uh, I'm gonna stop trying. I might I might make an embarrassment of myself. Sure, sure, sure. All right, so these are just some changes. Do you see the difference? There are some proportion issues too. For example, this knee should be way higher right here. There you go. So you also have perspective issues, but we'll cover that some other time. Let's just focus on the lighting. But with perspective, mm, that's a longer discussion that I don't think we have the time for right now. Right, but I hope that you learned something from this. I hope you did. I hope I was able to provide some helpful information with how to do this. And I shall send this over to the Discord. All right. So, to anyone who is watching and is interested in having their work corrected, please feel free to reach out, and then we'll try to. I was going to draw the fold lines on the photo where the weapons were, but I wasn't going to draw the weapons themselves. Maybe I could add one or two bullet holes too. I see. Yeah, perhaps you could do that. That is something that you can most definitely do. Yeah. That is true. Thank you, thank you. Much love too. Right, let's get back to this. Oh, let me just stretch a bit. All right, I'm back. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. All right, I'm going to be focusing on the stream and muting myself for the time being so that I could do more. Alright, but I'll still keep on drawing. Yo, I just read this. Oh yeah, Mert, if you're still watching, it's the mentor block is something that we did back then. It's been a while ago, probably 3 years or something. But yeah, Rick is the one who pulled me in for that, and I think it was a good collaboration. Maybe one of these days we'd get to collab again on something of a similar vein and help people out too. Something I'm interested in. Let's see, let's see. My eyes deceive me. Is that the Roy Mercado? Alright, I think I'll take a break now, do some stretching. I may have something cooking, working out with potential partners right now. What's happening? Roy Marcad himself has come down from his throne to greet us. That is so true. That is so true. I miss talking shit online. I may have something cooking. That's it. Mars won't need that. He's already famous. I'm not famous, man. I'm not. I need work. I legit need work. But anyways, I think I need to end the stream for now. My eyes are giving up on me. Although I don't know what I'm gonna do. Either lie down, walk, or perhaps try some marathon because of Rick. Thank you. And then get a little rest, and then afterwards go back to drawing again. So I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. I've been able to sketch out 3 pages. Now I want to sit down continuously for this one, and I'll see if I could complete this in less than 6 hours. I give so much attention to the fineness of the lines, and I'm trying to figure out how to speed that up. Maybe I should ask Roy, because Roy seems to produce a lot of comics really quickly. I miss you too, man. Hope you've been well. We haven't heard from you in quite a while. Rest is, not rest are. But I get your point. Oh. Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours. 4 hours and almost 30 minutes. I'll be back soon. Maybe in a few hours or in half a day. Yeah, I'd like to draw a lot. And so the goal right now is to at least be able to publish these 3 pages to get some momentum going. And while these are up, I'll be working on the next few pages. And so at least... No, the fuck. I'm just a grammar Nazi. I can be a grammar Nazi, so. Says the ass. Roy's the only good boy here. But yeah, to everybody, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. Those on Facebook, those on YouTube, to my friends, Rick, Roy, everybody else. I'll be ending this stream now. I'll boot it up again sometime soon. Yes. He's already roasted it a little bit. Alright. Adios. Ciao. Thank you. Goodbye.